Have you ever uttered a statement and then observed shortly after that those very words seemed to take on substance and materialize in your life? Perhaps irritated, you murmured, "This always happens to me," and unsurprisingly, the same pattern repeated. Or maybe you declared with determined optimism, "I'm going to get that job," and through a chain of favorable events, you indeed secured it. This is neither accidental nor coincidental. This is law. Your voice is more than sound waves. It is generative. Language does not merely depict current conditions. It issues directives for what is to come. Your speech is not simply an instrument you use. It functions as the very seat of your inner authority. It serves as both your scepter of rule and the crown that signifies your sovereignty. Your mouth, dear one, operates as an opening to the divine. Each utterance becomes a key that unlocks possibilities in the unseen entrances that will soon manifest in tangible experience. Your mouth functions like a master key. Your tongue operates as a symbol of rule. Your breath acts as the current dispersing seeds into the soil of tomorrow. This is the law of the word. It has operated continuously, cannot be deactivated, and responds to you regardless of your awareness. Every I am you have articulated has taken form. Each I can't, every it's always hard, and every I'm not ready, yet even when whispered, has initiated a wave that eventually produced outcomes. Likewise, whenever you affirmed, "I am ready, I am chosen, I am rich," the higher realms registered it even if external circumstances initially appeared static. For speech does not simply mirror reality, it molds and projects it. Your word functions as your wand. It is recorded in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. What a profound mystery and sacred pronouncement. The Word was God. Thus, when your speech aligns with truth, it is more than petition or desire. It is divine action expressed through you, operative law. Speech delivered with authority activates the resources of heaven. When you plead, you introduce delay. When you decree, the cosmos reorganizes accordingly. Therefore, allow me to pose the question once more. Have you ever spoken a thing and later witnessed its fulfillment? That outcome was not luck. It was your inherent divinity revealing itself, the veil lifted, and forces complied. Yet at some point, we forgot. We learned to restrain hope while being reckless with speech. We were conditioned to say, "I'm tired," more frequently than "I'm rising." We were encouraged to mock our aspirations, dilute our proclamations, and reduce our power into timid hopes and anxious entreaties. We lost sight of the fact that the voice is a sacred flame meant to be proclaimed, not diminished. Consequently, we murmured defeat and labeled it reality. We circulated narratives of scarcity and called it ordinary dialogue. We complained and then questioned why suffering amplified. We neglected our inheritance. We disregarded our throne. Yet the season of forgetting is concluding. The voice remembers. It is already awakening within you. It desires to articulate faith rather than fear dominion, rather than postponement. It seeks to re-enter the sanctuary of truth and proclaim, "Let there be light," and witness immediate fulfillment. Therefore, I say this now. Your voice is not insignificant. Your voice is not arbitrary. Your voice is not ornamental. It constitutes law in operation. It is the edict of spirit. It serves as the brush that renders your future. It functions as heaven's command center within the earthly realm, and it has belonged to you from the beginning. If you have experienced this truth personally, respond with, "I've seen it below," and if not, yet prepare to. because this marks only the beginning. The voice is awakening, and so are you. At the outset, God neither constructed, nor toiled, nor devised plans. God spoke, "Let there be light," and there was light, not following deliberation, resource gathering, or tactical analysis. The word alone served as cause. It functioned simultaneously as the design, the material, and the animating force. Creation yielded to the articulation of law, and it has remained so ever since. The ancients understood this. They linked voice with power. High priests offered declarations, not whispers. Prophets issued commands, not pleas. Moses lifted his staff, and the sea divided, yes. Yet it was the word that preceded the act. "Let my people go." Not a plea, not a wish, but a command. And when Lazarus lay entombed, Jesus neither drafted an essay nor sought assistance. He faced stone and stillness and proclaimed with exact authority, "Lazarus, come forth." And death complied. It was not magic. It was the law of the spoken word resonating across dimensions, dissolving the veil, and drawing the man from darkness into light. We once understood how to speak in this manner. We once stood beneath the stars and recognized that naming a thing conferred form upon it. We formerly believed a curse was not a mere insult, but an imposed condition. We understood that a paternal blessing, a maternal pronouncement, or a prophetic decree could elevate or ruin nations. But something changed. We forgot. Contemporary culture taught us to partition the sacred from the mundane. The word was sequestered within sanctuaries, restricted to pulpits, enclosed in texts, and people were told, "This no longer belongs to you." Accordingly, we relinquished it. We started to speak from fear rather than from heaven. We spoke as victims. We spoke as skeptics. We acted as if our words lacked force, and lives became crowded with the outcomes of empty speech. We asserted, "Nothing ever works out for me," and life complied. We declared, "I'm always broke," and our finances answered, "So it is." We proclaimed, "Love is hard," and our relationships conformed to conflict. We failed to realize that we were not describing reality. We were directing it. We were sovereigns in a palace who had forgotten the scepter remained in our grasp. Like monarchs with amnesia, we moved through our own halls, speaking as peasants, puzzled that reality did not respond. Yet the word did not forget us. It maintained record. It continued sowing. It kept shaping outcomes according to our speech. And when the silence thickened, it began to whisper, "Remember." Recall what it signifies to speak as the I am. Remember that your voice was never mere noise. It was a giver of law. Remember that creation still stands ready to answer your frequency. The time has come. Time to reclaim what was never truly lost. Time to recall the power residing between your teeth and behind your tongue. The ancient texts were not only narratives, they were instructional guides. Genesis served not only as history, it was instruction. You too are intended to declare, "Let there be light." You likewise are meant to summon life from the graves of despair. You too are called to speak transformation water into wine, scarcity into abundance, fear into faith. Yet to accomplish this, you must rise. You must elevate your voice from the burial ground of doubt to the summit of decree. You must speak again as the child of God you are. Because your word is not mere poetry, it is a blueprint. It is not simply self-help, it is a command of the soul. It is not just affirmation, it is divine authorization. The world does not transform primarily through increased labor. The world changes when you speak from a higher register. A softly spoken, aligned truth outpowers the loudest headlines. One aligned, I am rich, spoken from spiritual authority, opens heaven's vaults more effectively than countless hours of effort. This is not fantasy. This is law. And when you resume speaking as one bearing divine image among humanity, the universe will reorganize to harmonize with your frequency. You need not know the mechanics. You must only recognize that you were born to speak realities into existence. You are not a beggar. You are not merely a reporter of conditions. You are a creator. And your words comprise the brushstrokes of the masterpiece. Therefore, if you sense an inner stirring, if your soul rises as you read, if your chest expands with the recollection of your power, then the moment has arrived. Commit to reclaiming your crown and to speaking your world into existence. For the world you desire already rests upon your lips, and it is time to voice the words that will unlock it. There is an incantation many people utter daily without realizing it. It is neither ceremonial nor deliberate. It drifts out effortlessly like vapor from a kettle, unseen, habitual. Every day, I can't afford it. I'm just not that kind of person. I've always been this way, and with that reality constricts itself to match the falsehood. Not because untruth surpasses truth, but because we've granted it authority by speaking it. We have clothed it in the garments of command. We have bestowed upon it a divine seal and effectively instructed, go forth and make it so. And it follows through. Consider a woman named Miriam, a devoted, industrious single mother. Her seemingly ordinary life reflects that of countless others. She would pass by lovely things and murmur, "That's not for me." When opportunities arose, she would quietly say, "I'm not qualified." Observing others advance, she'd conclude, "People like me don't get that far." Every time she spoke this way, she wasn't merely expressing emotion, she was effectively entering into a contract. Not with ink, but with speech. Unaware, her statements functioned as binding agreements with scarcity. Her expressions became oral covenants, aligning her with limitation. Without realizing it, she had partnered not with the principle of abundance, but with the falsehood of separation. We do the same. We often speak out of fear and injury shaped by childhood reverberations and cultural scripts. We adopt the vocabulary of struggle and mistake it for truth. We declare, "I'm not smart enough. I don't deserve that kind of love. I'll always have to fight for what I want." And each utterance becomes a strand woven into a costume of false identity. We don the borrowed voices of others and forget our authentic speech. But consider this, the self you believe yourself to be, the one who isn't good with money, who never gets the break, who just can't seem to change, is not your real identity. That version is not your divine blueprint. That persona is constructed from adopted language. It is assembled from a parent's reprimand, a teacher's offhand remark, and a culture that benefits from your insecurity. You have repeated their phrases so often that they feel like your own, but they are not. And silence is not protection. Each time you witness injustice and remain mute, you consent. Whenever truth stirs within you and you withhold it, you append another clause to that contract. Silence is not neutrality, it is complicity with scarcity. Yet today, you can annul it. Not through exertion, not by apology, but with a new word, a higher word, a word sourced not from your past, but from the divine. Try this now. Speak aloud, "I am rich now," Did you feel a physical recoil or mental pushback? That resistance is the old contract asserting itself. Now repeat it, I am rich now. Allow this truth to settle into the fissures where lies once lodged. Let it reverberate in the spaces formerly ruled by silence. You are not impoverished, not delayed, and not unworthy. You have merely been experiencing the residue of prior declarations. But today, that echo ceases. Today, a new voice ascends, the voice of truth. And truth does not falter. Truth does not apologize. Truth does not await proof, it brings it forth. Understand this, these statements do not make you powerful. You are recalling that you have always been powerful. Your voice was designed for miracles, and whenever your words align with divine law, heaven responds. Therefore, destroy the old contracts. Consume the false agreements. Shatter the silence with declarations of freedom. I speak abundance now. I declare love is mine. I remember who I am. Each time you speak from this alignment, another layer of false self is shed. Every selection of higher truth fractures the spell further. You are not the version molded into silence by wounds. You are not the construct assembled by fear and reinforced by shame. You are the self that infuses words with fire and light and witnesses reality's yield in response. The question is not about efficacy. The question is, what will you speak in its place? Will you continue repeating the crowd's refrain? Or will you ascend and speak as one who has recollected the throne? This is not theater nor pretense. This is not fake it till you make it. This is you articulating from the divine self that was never unworthy. Lay the old tongue to rest. Let the former self fall silent and allow the resurrected word to rise in your mouth like dawn piercing centuries of darkness. The new covenant begins now. In the realm of the material world, exertion occupies the throne. We are conditioned to hustle, grind, ascend, and sweat. We're informed that outcomes favor the most depleted and that achievement belongs to those who pour out every ounce of strength. Work harder, they say. Push longer, they insist. Force it until it breaks, they preach. And so we dig. We claw for treasure using a teaspoon and rename the struggle ambition. We scratch at doors never assigned to us and label the effort determination. We strain our backs attempting to shift mountains by logic, by planning, by labor alone, unaware the mountain awaited something else entirely, the resonance of our voice. For within the spirit's domain, it is speech that reigns, and it is voice, not toil, that functions as the authentic lever of law. Here lies the fundamental contrast between divine law and the world's rules. Under the world's system, value must be earned. Under the divine economy, value is declared into being. In worldly terms, timing is a matter of strategy. In spiritual law, timing responds to the activation of voice. You do not stand around for divine timing as if awaiting public transit you summon it with speech. You do not merely hope for worthiness, you proclaim your worth. You do not battle for a chair at someone else's table, you decree a new table and watch it appear. This is not delusion. This constitutes heaven's architectural plan. When Jesus addressed the storm with "Peace be still," he was not parsing meteorological data. He was not computing wind velocity. He acted under a higher jurisdiction, the statute declaring that when spirit speaks, creation bows. And still here, we remain entangled in the gears of worldly striving, perplexed that spiritual promises appear unfulfilled. We recite affirmations at dawn and dismantle them with doubt by mid-morning. We pray from faith, yet converse from fear. We profess, "I trust God," then narrate deadlines, scarcities, and delays with our next breath. This amounts to spiritual contradiction. This is the source of delay, not divine slowness, but a tongue serving two masters. One voice issues from the mountaintop, the other mutters from the cave. We cannot be loyal to both. We must intentionally exchange systems. You must decide to abandon the code of drudgery and enter the statute of articulated trust. This does not imply inactivity. It means every action proceeds from and agrees with your decree. You advance because your word has already completed it. You proceed because your speech has opened the way. You trust not due to sight, but because you have said so. Here is Spirit's profound irony. Abundance is not released by logic. It is released by law. And that law is inscribed in sound. As the world turns on a word once uttered, so your life pivots in response to the vibration of your voice. Therefore, when you notice yourself saying, "I'm trying," "I hope it works out," "I'm doing my best," pause. Such phrases belong to a servant operating under the world's code. And you are not a servant. You are sovereign. Therefore, speak accordingly. Declare, "It is done. I command my good now. My words shape my world, and I say I rise." Notice the shift occur. Sense the atmosphere transform when you speak under spiritual law. Effort can shift bricks, but speech relocates mountains, and your mountain is waiting for you to change systems, waiting for you to exchange force for faith, waiting for your decree to crack like thunder through the unseen. So here it is. Say it with me. I speak from the throne now. I operate by divine law. I trust what I say because I say what I trust. Now go articulate your world into form. There exists a sound to which the universe attends. It is neither loud nor frantic. It carries no worry and wears no apology. It is steady, assured calm, like thunder's hush before it breaks. It is the register of dominion. You have encountered it before, even if you did not identify it in the moment. A mother facing danger tells her child, "Come here, now." The child complies without delay. Reality seems to still not due to novel phrasing, but because the tone bore authority. Existence responds not only to vocabulary, but to the frequency propelling it. Begging repels, declaring attracts. For spiritual statutes are not activated by loudness, but by vibration. You may repeat, "I am rich" countless times, yet if doubt threads the tone, it remains mere echo rather than operative law. But speak it once with dominion's timbre, and heaven opens. For tone is more than sound. Tone is the identity you inhabit while speaking. There is no spiritual shortcut that bypasses this. Your identity must elevate before your tone can. A beggar says, "Please, if it's possible." A king says, "It is already mine." And the world unmistakably discerns the difference. Allow me to illustrate. There lived a man named Elijah, no prophet, but a contemporary figure mired in debt and disheartenment. He had reviewed every affirmation and grasped the principles at an intellectual level. Yet his speech remained lacquered with fear. "I hope something shifts," he'd say. "I'm trying to manifest," he'd whisper. But the universe cannot comply with uncertainty, and thus it did not. One day, drained by scarcity and delay, he stood in his living room and shouted, not from anger, but from crystalline certainty, "Enough. I command my overflow now." The panes did not tremble, and the skies did not tear open. Yet something else did. The atmosphere shifted, and within 7 days, an unsolicited job opportunity arrived. A long-forgotten debt was released. He did not coerce it, nor grind to obtain it. He spoke it carrying dominion. Such is the potency of tone. Tone is the soul's signature. It signals to the universe whether you are aligned or merely performing. So how does one alter tone? Not through vocal coaching, not by theatrics. You transform tone by transforming the truth you stand in. The more deeply you accept your divinity, the more divinely your speech will resonate. The more you know you are chosen, the heavier your decrees will land. The more you inhabit I am, the more the world inclines to your frequency. And this is not arrogance, nor is it about volume. It concerns sovereign resonance, the kind that communicates, I know who I am. The very quality Florence Scovel Shinn invoked when she wrote The Game of Life is a game of boomerangs. Our thoughts, deeds, and words return to us sooner or later with astounding accuracy. Yes, our words, but not words at random. Words issued with the timbre of truth. Therefore, let us practice. Say aloud, I do not chase, I attract. Now repeat it this time, embodying the frequency of one who already possesses what they desire. Do you feel the difference? That sensation is dominion. It does not ask, it commands, it does not worry, it knows, it does not merely hope, it speaks as law. You need to know this tone intimately until it feels natural. Put it on like clothing, let it cover and surround you. Address your finances using this very sound. Use the same tone when you speak to your well-being. Let this regal cadence guide your words to your relationships, your future, and the rhythm of your day. Employ both measured rhythm and intentional stillness. Allow silence to punctuate your speech, and let unwavering certainty drive the beat beneath it. And if your voice shakes in the beginning, allow the tremor to be there. Yet do not halt, keep going. For the more consistently you speak at this frequency, the more your life conforms to and reflects it. You were never designed to beg the heavens for favor. You are intended to speak with heaven's own resonance. Declare it now, I speak with divine authority. I do not beg, I bless. I do not wish, I witness. I do not try, I declare. Make these declarations your standard tone of voice. Allow this soundscape to become the new music resonating in your soul. Soon, every space you step into will sense it. Each word you utter will resound with the authentic truth of your being. You did not arrive to disappear into the background. You are here to voice words as God speaks and witness the world align in response. Therefore, elevate your tone and rise with it. In every sacred path, a moment arrives when you must cease speaking as your former self. Not gradually, not in small steps. Instead, suddenly like someone jolted awake from a long, weighty sleep. That moment is here now. This is your personal resurrection. Not a bodily rising, but a rebirth of your voice. You are not intended to live by echoes of outdated decrees, nor to reuse language forged in trauma and constraint. Yet many people still do exactly that. Daily, they speak as expired versions of themselves, sentences draped in defeat, paragraphs padded with apology. I'm just not there yet. I guess this is how life is. I always mess it up. Thus, without realizing it, they sustain the old self, not through thought, but through spoken words. Understand, this resurrection is more than miracle. It is a governing law. And the law declares what you summon rises. So today the divine within you stands at the tomb's mouth and summons the shadow come forth. This is the very law that called Lazarus to return. And in this moment, you are Lazarus. Your previous self, the doubter, the appeaser, the struggler, lies bound in spiritual grave cloths, entombed by your own speech. And the sole voice capable of rolling the stone away is your own voice. Speak it aloud, now I speak the old me dead. Repeat it once more. I speak the old me dead. Let that phrase reverberate like a bell through your very bones. For every false identity you ever put on each name imposed on you, each label you adopted, every role you acted out to endure, is now loosening and falling away. And in its place, the divine self stands upright. Not the self that seeks permission first, not the one who consults mirrors trends or the room's mood, but the self who declares, I am the light. I am the way. I am that I am. This is not arrogance or ego. This is not wishful fantasy. This is truth reclaiming its rightful throne. For the word creates not only external realities, it shapes identity itself. And you cannot claim a new world while using the mouthpiece of your former self. This is why transformation has felt difficult. This is why affirmations failed to hold. Because you were placing divine language into the mouth of a shadow self. But today, that shadowed mouth is quieted, and a new voice rises to speak. Let me explain what unfolds when you resurrect. You stop justifying yourself. You cease to diminish your presence. You withdraw energy from anything you do not wish to resurrect. You grow exacting and clear. You become artful and evocative. You become living law set in motion. You declare, I am risen now. And you state it without a flinch, without wavering or stumbling, without dilution or filter. And the instant you do, the old self hears and registers it, and that old form starts to decompose. Your decree will not permit its survival, because the word is a purifying fire, and fire devours what lacks truth. Therefore set falsehood ablaze. Announce the burial with your words. Say aloud, I bury every voice that told me I wasn't enough. I bury every phrase that locked me in lack. I bury the vocabulary of fear. I bury the speech of survival. Let these statements function as final rites for a self that no longer serves your becoming. And afterward rise again in full resurrection, not quietly or in hush, rather in song and sounding. Proclaim without hesitation, I am prosperity walking. I am heaven speaking. I am no longer becoming, I am now. Allow this to serve as your fresh introduction whenever you meet the world. No more disclaimers and no added qualifiers. Speak as though the work is complete because, in essence, it already is. And understand this, the wider world truly registers that sound. Life attends to tone certainly, yet even more, it attends to identity itself. It listens for the authority of the one who speaks. And when it recognizes the risen voice, the divine voice, the word embodied anew, it replies and rearranges, swiftly and without delay. Therefore speak now, Lazarus. Speak from a tomb that no longer has walls to hold you. Speak from the throne that has long awaited your return. Speak with the resonance of one who finally remembers. Declare aloud, I am risen now. And if you sense it burning deep in your belly, if your spirit splits open like dawn after a long night, announce it out loud at once, I am risen now. Because this phrase is not mere testimony, it issues a sovereign summons. It magnetizes the next level and draws it toward you. It signals angelic assistance and support. It seals the burial of the past and swings open the gates before you. Allow the world to encounter the voice of your divine self. Because resurrection is not only an event in time, it is a living sentence, a spoken law. And you have just spoken that law into motion. You brush your teeth each morning as a daily discipline, not solely because they are unclean, but because you grasp how neglect accumulates. The practice of speech follows the same principle. The tongue likewise requires cleansing and renewal. Your voice needs consecration, alignment, and activation every single day. Because hour by hour, you traverse a world drenched in contradiction, surrounded by foreign voices that echo lack, habit, and forgetfulness. And unless you rise daily to set your tone, you will be tuned unconsciously to someone else's frequency. This is why a daily spoken spiritual practice is not optional, but essential. It functions like oxygen for the inner life. You start not with strain, but with sacred sound, before coffee or stimulation, before the phone and its noise, prior to the world's clamor. Speak out of the quiet center of sovereignty. Let your first heard voice be your own divine decree. You awaken, breathe consciously, and then pronounce, "I am the author of today." My words open the vaults of heaven. Money flows like water. I command the vaults open now. Then you stand before your mirror without vanity, but with vision. You meet your own gaze and reclaim the throne of your speech. Mirror practice is not cosmetic, it is alchemical work. It is resurrection witnessed in reflection. You look into your eyes, the gateway to truth, and you declare, "I know who you are. You are divine. You are chosen." And your words do not return void. Notice your frequency ascending. Feel the residue of yesterday's fears burn and fall away. Sense yourself becoming flame once more. Now proceed and walk it out. As you dress, you speak, "I clothe myself in favor." As you eat, you speak. "This food multiplies my strength and magnetism." And as you move, you continue speaking. Every step is ordered. Every moment is divine. You speak even when no one hears, not for an audience, but because this is not performance. You are engaged in creation. Every word functions as a seed. Every tone operates like rainfall. Each phrase is a command that organizes unseen forces into visible form. And when resistance arrives, as it inevitably will, you raise your voice. When doubt murmurs, you issue a decree. When fear knocks, you respond with purifying fire. You state with firmness, "I do not retreat. I decree. I do not react. I rule." This is the cadence of speech as practice, learned and embodied. You do not postpone until you feel worthy. You do not wait for a mood to arrive. You discipline your speech as you would breathwork, worship, or warcraft. You set reminders if necessary. 3 times a day you pause to declare, "I activate the vault now. I am still the Word made flesh." I do not need to see results to speak results. Over time, the unseen realm becomes intimately familiar. You start to sense your words actively shaping the atmosphere. You enter a room and speak inwardly, and circumstances bend. You begin to grasp why Florence stated, "The invisible forces are ever working for the man who is always pulling the strings himself, though he does not know it." Now you know it consciously and clearly. Therefore, you pull the strings with intentional precision. You wield words like tuned instruments, never tossed carelessly, always calibrated. At night, you conclude the day with gratitude and decree. You do not slump into sleep mindlessly. You speak yourself deliberately into rest. You affirm aloud, "I rest in divine wealth. My dreams are coated with light. I sleep under the sound of favor," and your body responds in obedience. The mind releases and softens. The soul receives and records. This is what it means to live not merely as a believer, but as a speaker, a practitioner and master of sacred sound, a commander who directs energetic patterns, a co-creator with God operating through your voiced word. This path is not inherently difficult. It is not overly complex or obscure. It is devotional practice, plain and steady. It is the sacred rhythm of choosing tone, choosing phrase, choosing alignment repeatedly and faithfully, until your lived reality aligns with your language, until your world reflects the word you speak, until you move through days as a living echo of "let there be." You are no longer merely hoping. You are no longer just testing or sampling. You are demonstrating openly. You are embodying the truth you speak, and the voice you once worried was small now sounds as the clarion call of your kingdom. Therefore, rise each and every day. Speak with the urgency of a life that depends on it, because in truth, it does depend on it. And when the world inquires about your secret, smile softly and respond, "I speak my world into being." Within you is a region that neither debates nor doubts, nor grows drowsy, a faculty that complies by design, not from frailty. This is the subconscious mind, the most faithful attendant you will ever know. It does not initiate, it responds. It does not dissect, it executes. And it carries out whatever words, emotions, and images you permit to take root in the sanctuary of your inner life. Consider the subconscious as the soil of a vast spiritual garden. It never selects the seeds. It merely brings to fruition whatever is sown. Plant roses and roses appear. Scatter thorns and you meet their sting. The soil is not charged with evaluating the seed. That discerning work belongs to the gardener, to your conscious directing mind. Envision an unseen butler accompanying you constantly, a discreet steward who records each statement, every phrase, all complaints, and every blessing you voice. This attendant does not chuckle at your jokes, does not decode sarcasm, and never pauses for clarification. He receives your words as literal orders and immediately proceeds to carry them out. This is your subconscious, perpetually attentive, ever listening. Utter money never stays with me, and your loyal butler accepts the command. He opens the exit and lets wealth depart. Say, "I'm always sick around this time of year," and your attendant prepares the bed, summons the symptoms, and sets the tissues within reach. Declare, "Nothing ever works out for me," and your servant dismisses the miracles already lined up at your threshold. This outcome is not retribution. It is simply the operation of law. As Florence Scovel Shinn affirmed, man's word is his wand filled with magic and power. Yet how frequently do we swing that wand against ourselves rather than to part our obstacles? How many times have we spoken defeat playfully and then questioned why success keeps its distance? Remember, the subconscious does not comprehend humor. To it, each utterance is an authoritative instruction. Consider this account. A woman approached a spiritual teacher and confessed, "I can never seem to hold on to money. It slips through my fingers like sand," and she chuckled as she spoke. The teacher did not chuckle. She met the woman's eyes and replied, "Then you will always chase it because your word has established your reality." Startled, the woman realized she had repeated that phrase to countless people without a second thought. Leaving the teacher, she made a firm vow. "From this day forward, I affirm only this: money comes to me easily and stays gladly. I am a trusted steward of abundance." She repeated the new decree for days, then weeks. The external did not transform in a single night, yet her inner garden began to show fresh shoots. An opportunity arrived, followed by another, then a gift, then a check, and then a compelling idea. The law had registered her speech, or more exactly, her inner servant had complied with the new order. Speak without care, and your servant yields thorns. Speak with intention, and blossoms appear. The subconscious is impersonal. It does not classify good versus bad or right versus wrong. It is not moral, but mechanical, akin to electricity, which can illuminate a house or deliver a shock. Outcomes depend wholly upon application. Still, many move through life, allowing this force to operate unchecked, untrained, reactive to every passing thought, fear, or idle phrase. When the conscious faculty awakens, when you, the divine director, step onto the stage and issue authoritative speech, the subconscious becomes a consecrated servant, and manifestation follows as a near inevitability. You might protest, "I've used affirmations and told the truth, and still nothing changed." Beloved, did you pronounce them as governing law or merely as hopeful wishes? The subconscious does not mobilize for timid hopes. It aligns with conviction, with words spoken as decisive and final. The conscious mind functions as the captain issuing directives. The subconscious is the crew that follows. The captain cannot waver or be divided, for a double-minded person becomes unstable in every course. From now on, observe carefully which seeds you are placing in the soil. Treat your speech as sacred text because it functions that way. Each word you utter carries prophetic force. Every phrase works like a spell. You serve as priest within your own temple and as scribe of your own scroll. If you desire a different harvest, begin by changing the seed. If you long for roses, cease sowing thorns. If you intend abundance, speak it into form persistently, not only once or twice, until your servant, the subconscious, marshals creation itself to bring it forth. Here is a sacred secret: the subconscious receives instruction most readily, not at midday amid mental noise, but during quiet thresholds, just before sleep, just after waking, and in moments when strong feeling breaks open the shell of logic. During these windows, your word is more than audible, it is engraved upon the inner slate. In the section to come, we will enter these thresholds in detail, and I will show you how to address your servant at peak attentiveness, how to murmur destiny before sleep's veil, and how to command the morning with your earliest breath. For now, fix this in memory: you do not serve your mind, you govern it. Speak with authority, and your inner servant will hasten to comply. There exists a fleeting moment when the veil between realms grows thin. It is the last interval before sleep overtakes you, the seam between waking thought and unconscious drift. And in this interval, more than any other, your word crystallizes as sacred law. Florence Scovel Shinn named this space the last word before sleep. The concluding thought, the whispered line, the final feeling that settles in your spirit before you enter the river of dreams becomes the script your subconscious rehearses through the night. Understand, the subconscious never sleeps at all. As your body rests and the conscious mind unhooks and wanders, the subconscious stays alert, listening, acting, and creating continuously. It neither debates, nor interrogates, nor procrastinates. It simply executes the last order given. Therefore, dear listener, consider this question: what nourishment have you supplied your inner servant before it works throughout the night? Do you send it to its nightly duty, infused with fear, worry, and the bitter refrain, "I'm not enough"? Have you murmured defeat at nightfall and then awakened, puzzled at the absence of joy? If that has been your pattern, take heart tonight, you can change it. This very night, you will whisper truth, sealing the day with the warm wax of divine law. and your subconscious will set heaven and earth in motion to fulfill your decree. Allow me to guide you into the practice. Picture your bed as a consecrated altar, and your pillow as a sacred resting place for the mind. As your body loosens and your breath deepens, you sense a subtle transition like wading into gentle water. This is the threshold state. At this liminal edge, let your voice speak. Speak not with volume or strain, but with quiet trust. Say, I walk in divine wealth. It flows to me freely, endlessly, joyfully. Or my body is a temple of perfect health. Every cell obeys divine design. Or I am the beloved of heaven. All good now finds me. Murmur these lines like a lullaby. Let them carry you as you drift the closing note in the day's symphony. Your voice is the final sound the subconscious receives before sleep's curtain falls. Let it be a truthful song, a prophetic anthem. Another story. A despairing man approached a teacher, having attempted numerous affirmations and methods, while lack adhered like a shadow. The teacher inquired, "What is the last thing you say before you sleep?" He answered, "I usually dwell on the bills, the debts, the pressure. I tell myself I'll try again tomorrow." The teacher responded, "Then your tomorrow is forever molded by last night's defeat. Change the word, and your world will change accordingly." He instituted a new ritual each night near sleep. He affirmed, "I am a vessel of endless provision. Money comes to me from expected and unexpected sources. I am rich in every way." He whispered the decree while drifting off, even when belief was incomplete and doubt hissed from the margins. Within a month, a contract finalized, a forgotten refund arrived, and an old friend repaid a debt. This was not mere magic. It was the law in operation. The subconscious had faithfully executed the last instruction it received. Beloved, attend closely to this next point. These sacred thresholds are not limited to bedtime. They appear in several forms, the immediate moment after waking, while the world remains hushed. The instant of emotional overflow when tears swell or joy spills over. The trance-like flow while driving, walking, or washing dishes when discursive thought grows quiet. These are soft openings, unguarded gates, moments when your inner servant leans forward, eager for the next directive. Do not squander these openings. Do not crowd them with gossip, complaint, or judgment of yourself or anyone else. Instead, declare your renewed identity. Say, I am the one who is always cared for, always guided, always enough. Say, abundance is my name. I rise rich, I walk free. Say, this day is my ally. My good is inevitable. If you forget and slip into old patterns, refrain from self-reproach. Simply return, redirect, and choose the word again. Law condemns nothing. It recalibrates. Therefore, begin your practice now. Tonight, as the stars appear, let your final breath bear command. Make your bed an altar, and your word the rising incense. Conclude the day not in anxiety, but in lawful decree. And when the sun returns, speak once more. Before touching the phone or news, before the world enters your field voice, your truth aloud. Lay claim to the day. Say, this is the day the Lord hath made. I walk in its riches, I sing in its grace. Do this daily, not merely once. Let it become your holy rhythm, your enduring right. In time, you will witness your life echoing your speech, because your servant, the subconscious, is steadfastly loyal, ever listening, and always poised to act. In the following passage, we will study the deeper law of identity, how two truths cannot share one throne, and how lack and abundance cannot cohabit the same heart. We will learn to remove the old ruler and enthrone the new. Until then, guard each threshold carefully, whisper truth into sleep, and rise with a fresh decree. You are always speaking. Henceforth speak as one who knows their word functions as governing law. Within the inner temple of the mind, there exists a single throne, and only one ruler may occupy it at any given time. Either lack presides or abundance reigns. Either fear sits upon it or faith takes the seat. Either delay commands or divine timing governs with calm authority. Thus, we arrive at a principal law of spiritual mastery, the law of substitution, a governing principle that reshapes inner rule. You cannot sustain two identities simultaneously. You cannot affirm, "I am wealthy," while harboring the covert refrain, "But I can't afford it." You cannot declare freedom while rehearsing your chains. The subconscious is utterly loyal, yet profoundly single-minded. It will not construct two kingdoms at once. It will not cultivate a lush garden and a barren waste within the same soil. It requires clarity, it demands certainty, and it depends upon your conscious directive to substitute each falsehood with living truth. This is the sacred labor of unseating the old ruler from the mind's throne. Attend closely. This law does not require you to battle old thoughts or wrestle endlessly with the lie. It instructs you to replace the lie decisively with truth. As darkness cannot endure once light is switched on, so an old belief cannot survive when truth is spoken consistently and unwaveringly. Let us commence the practice now. Suppose you hear yourself say, "I can't afford that." Recognize that this utterance is a decree, a sentence pronounced from the throne. Each repetition cues the subconscious to respond, "Yes, Your Majesty," and arrange reality accordingly to confirm the verdict. Replace it with this: "I choose to align with divine timing and provision. If it is mine, all doors shall open." Can you sense the qualitative shift between those statements? The former decree announced limitation, the latter proclaims your power to choose. The old posture sinks in shame, the new rests in sovereignty and self-command. Consider another substitution. Old, "I'm always behind." New, "I walk in perfect divine rhythm. Nothing is late, nothing is lost." Old, "I'm not good with money." New, "I am learning, growing, and guided in all financial affairs." Old, "It's too expensive." New, "Money comes to me for all that is mine by divine right. I bless what I desire, and it flows freely." This practice exemplifies the law of substitution in living motion, and you must apply it deliberately with focused energy and repeat it with steady frequency. You cannot speak truth a single time and expect the crown to pass instantly. The former ruler has occupied the seat for years, perhaps decades. Continue speaking until the old regime collapses and the new reign settles in peaceful authority. As Florence Scovel Shinn noted, "For every lie, there is a law." Therefore, let us recite them now. Repeat them out loud as though each word transfers the scepter and passes the throne. Lie, "I never have enough." Law, "I am the embodiment of divine plenty. My supply is endless and always on time." Lie, "Things never work out for me." Law, "Everything works together for my good. My life is ordered by divine intelligence." Lie, "I always mess things up." Law, "I am guided by wisdom. I act in divine perfection." Can you feel the shift with every substitution? A fresh reality begins to crystallize. Your subconscious is listening attentively, recording the orders, and preparing the road before you. The seat of rule is already beginning to shift hands. Now let us establish a cadence, a cycle of declarations. Speak along with me. I dethrone lack in full awareness. I crown abundance as my rightful sovereign. I dethrone fear from its counterfeit seat. I crown faith to rule my inner realm. I dethrone delay and remove its claim. I crown divine timing as the keeper of my steps. I dethrone shame and strip it of its scepter. I crown sacred worth as my enduring identity. Allow this to become your daily rehearsal. When old thoughts surface, as they inevitably will, do not panic or condemn yourself. Simply answer, I replace you now. I speak truth. Remember, the previous belief is not wicked, it is merely obsolete. It was fashioned during a fearful season, a structure that once protected you when you did not yet know your power. But now you know, and knowing carries responsibility. Speech is never neutral. Each word either plants or prunes. Every phrase places a crown upon some ruler within your mind. Therefore, speak with care, speak as a sovereign who understands their authority. Here is a sacred secret when lack is dethroned. New opportunities arrive not as wages earned, but as permissions granted by your renewed identity. The law of substitution is not pretense. It is clearing inner space for truth to take root. Speak the new until you believe it. Believe it until you embody and live it. And now, let us enact a complete cycle together. We will declare law upon law until the subconscious is thoroughly saturated with truth. I am wealthy in spirit and abundant in visible form. My wealth is assured, ongoing, and unwavering. I move each day within the stream of divine provision. I speak as one already whole and complete in essence. Nothing exceeds what is fitting for me. No good is beyond my rightful allowance. I am selected by design, directed with wisdom, and prosperous in every meaningful sense. The former patterns and identities release and drop away at this very moment. The renewed self assumes the throne and begins its rightful reign. Pause consciously and receive a deliberate, steady breath. Allow the breath and its assurance to settle deeply through you. The words you have spoken have actively reconfigured the landscape of your inner kingdom. And now I extend an invitation to act, to express the shift through concrete steps. Add your witness in writing. I dethrone lack. I crown abundance. Voice your substitution clearly and put it into written form. Let the community observe your shift. When someone speaks lawfully, that sound reverberates through the shared field, and what reverberates tends to expand. In the section to come, we will delve further into purification, because once the new ruler is enthroned, the mouth must be ritually cleansed. You must guard your tongue with the vigilance of a priest safeguarding an altar. You are prepared for the next rite consecrating speech through a fast of the mouth. For this moment, articulate your substitution out loud and inscribe it below for witness. The throne stands under your command. You are authorized to rule it. The seat of power has already shifted hands decisively. Yet even a newly crowned ruler must clear the palace of residual echoes from the past regime. Therefore, beloved, we now enter the sacred rite of purification, the ceremonial cleansing of the mouth. You have voiced new truths and started trading lies for law. Now arrives the deeper discipline consecrating your speech itself. You must purge your mouth of lack-minded language and residue, because every word operates as a doorway and every sentence as invocation. Your mouth is more than a language tool, it is an altar. Whatever you speak upon, it becomes your offering to the unseen realm. You cannot pour out blessing and curse from the same tongue and still expect your life to flow with sweetness. As Florence Scovel Shinn cautioned, the game of life is a game of boomerangs. Man's thoughts, deeds, and words return to him sooner or later with astounding accuracy. Whatever you speak circles back into your life, often multiplied and magnified. Therefore, if you intend to live in divine wealth, your mouth must function as a sacred temple. The moment has arrived to undertake a spiritual fast in earnest. Not a fast of eating, but a disciplined fast of speaking. A period of 7 days set apart and focused. 7 full days without voicing lack, delay, fear, complaint, or doubt in any form. This practice is the mouth fast, the consecration of speech through restraint. 7 days devoted to linguistic purity and inner clarity. 7 days committed to precision in every uttered phrase. 7 days spent guarding your tongue like a sealed treasure chest of concentrated power. And if your words do not bless you, will refrain entirely from speaking them. If your words cannot build or uplift, you will choose deliberate silence instead. Because sacred silence outweighs careless speech in worth and consequence, allow me to set forth the step-by-step ritual for this fast. On the evening prior to beginning, stand before a mirror, kindle a single candle, and hold a cup of water with intention. Gaze into your own eyes, not as a critic, but as a priest or priestess officiating at the altar of divine speech. Say aloud with authority, "This mouth is holy. It shall speak no lack. It shall name no fear. It shall only speak what aligns with heaven." Sip the water slowly and feel it purify your throat, the inner altar of your speech. Extinguish the candle to seal the intention and close the rite. With that act, the fast is formally underway and the vow is active. What unfolds over these 7 days will genuinely astonish you with its clarity and effect. You will become newly aware of how frequently lack attempts to voice itself through you, how subtly fear tries to surface in your sentences, and how delay has quietly embedded itself within your ordinary expressions. You might begin to say, "It's hard right now," and arrest the impulse. You may feel compelled to say, "I never catch a break," and substitute silence, or better still, replace it with grounded truth. "I walk in divine unfolding. My path is always being made clear. Everything is working in my favor." Very soon, your mouth starts aligning with your clarified mind in steady agreement, and the mind itself moves into alignment with spirit in progressively deeper congruence. Consequently, your outer world begins to organize around your renewed vibrational stance. Understand that this fast is not deprivation, but liberation. You are not merely silent, you are intentionally selective, refining your power, tuning your frequency, and restoring your word to its rightful role as a creative instrument. Your words are never neutral. They function either as fragrant incense or as lifeless ash. They either ascend like perfume toward higher realms, thereby attracting blessing, or they descend like soot, dimming and staining the reflective surface of your lived reality. Therefore, we consciously choose the path of incense, the path of uplifting speech. We choose the fragrance of words that elevate and purify. We choose the truthful aroma that sanctifies both speaker and space. Consider an example, a woman who undertook this fast in earnest. For years, she rehearsed sickness in her speech, saying, "My body always lets me down, and I'm just not strong like other people," without realizing she was perpetuating a self-curse through repetition. Upon beginning the mouth fast, she was shocked by how often defeat pressed to be spoken. Initially, she chose silence, and then something within her awakened and shifted. She deliberately began to speak words of life and vitality. One morning in her kitchen, She affirmed, "Every cell in my body radiates health. My bones are strong. My immune system is wise. My body obeys divine order." She continued speaking it despite the persistence of physical pain at first. She persisted until the pain noticeably diminished in intensity. She continued until her reflection displayed a new, unmistakable radiance. Her words had gradually permeated inward, taking root at a deep level. Her mouth in practice and intention had undergone a true cleansing. Therefore, I extend the same invitation directly to you. Make the vow with seriousness and care. Commence the 7-day fast without delay. Place your commitment where your eyes will meet it often. For 7 days, I speak only life. I cleanse my altar. I honor my word. Recommit to the vow each morning as a conscious practice. Each night, review your speech and reaffirm the standard. And if you falter, as is human, do not despair. Simply start again. This fast measures devotion and consistency, not flawless performance. In the next section, we will extend this sacred silence by adding structured speaking rituals, your daily word practices, the morning decree, the mirror command, and the nighttime sealing. You will become a disciplined practitioner of spoken power and intention. For the moment, begin precisely here and now. Silence language of lack, speak only what is true, and cleanse the mouth, then the entire palace of your life will follow suit. Rhythm carries power, repetition holds power, and ritual performed intentionally concentrates power. Every temple sustains a liturgy, every sacred order maintains a practice. You, beloved, require the same devoted structure. If your word functions as law, your mouth as altar, and your subconscious as attendant, then you must serve as high priest of your own disciplined spiritual practice. This is the juncture at which transformation roots itself more deeply. With the mouth cleansed and falsehoods dethroned, we undertake the sacred work of crafting your daily word rituals, intentional speech practices that set the tone, structure the day, and seal the night. Spiritual speech rests on 3 primary anchors: the morning decree, the mirror command, the nighttime sealing word. Let us start our design with the morning decree as the first anchor. Prior to checking the phone, drinking coffee, scrolling, replying, or engaging, the world speak first. Why prioritize this order? Because the subconscious remains tender in the morning and the veil thin. The words you speak in the first 5 minutes set the vibration that you then carry into every conversation, decision, and doorway you cross. Therefore, decree with boldness, full awareness, and the tone of lawful authority. Stand by your window, feel the incoming light, take a slow, deep breath, and state aloud, "This is the day the Lord hath made. I walk in its riches. I breathe in peace. I exhale power. Every step I take is aligned with favor. Every word I speak opens doors. I am blessed, wealthy, whole, and ready." You may craft your own decree. Ensure it is firm, final, and free from doubt. Do not rely on hope for a good day. Instead, declare it decisively. The next practice is the mirror command. This serves as your midday anchor, a pause to realign and to regard yourself rightly. Florence Scovel Shinn taught that outward appearance mirrors inner belief. Thus, we speak truth directly into the reflection. Approach a mirror and gaze into your own eyes, not as at a stranger, but as at the divine made visible. Speak the following with authority and care. You are divine provision made manifest. You are chosen. You are safe. You are wealthy. You are the one who carries heaven. Repeat the command until your facial tension releases and your eyes begin to accept and believe. This is not vanity. It is clear alignment with truth. You are not performing, but reminding and reaffirming, reordering your vibration to match your inherent birthright. Now we turn to the nighttime sealing word. This is the final statement your subconscious carries into the night's inner workshop. Therefore, it must be sacred and deliberate. Return to your altar space, your bed, your candle, and your conscious breath. Rest your hand upon your heart to center your awareness and speak this sealing decree: all is well. I am kept. I am whole. I am supplied. I rest in wealth. Angels surround me. My good rushes to me even now. I sleep in divine security. This practice seals the day in faith and instructs the subconscious to build, multiply, and bring matters into alignment. If the day was difficult and unsettling, this moment allows you to reestablish truth before sleep. Do not drift to sleep rehearsing pain or replaying hurt. Rehearse prophecy, speak the future you are aligned to inhabit. Let us now move one layer deeper into the practice. Each ritual can be brief, 30 seconds or 3 minutes, yet daily repetition creates momentum. Your words compound and your reality begins to bend accordingly. You will enter meetings with a noticeably changed presence and ease. You will step into rooms carrying a calm that defies easy explanation. You will perceive provision and openings where previously you saw only problems. This is because daily ritual has gradually reshaped your operative identity. Consider another illustrative story. A young man, long constrained by scarcity and doubt, began these practices with trembling faith. Each morning, he affirmed, "I walk in vaults of wealth. I am the favored one. Provision seeks me out." Initially, the words felt untrue. His rent lagged, and his bills were increasing. Nevertheless, he persisted in speaking without quitting. By day 12, he received a call with a job offer he had forgotten. By day 15, a friend repaid an old debt. By day 21, he secured his first client. The external world was beginning to catch up to his internal decree. His spoken word had already gone ahead to prepare the way. Therefore, I pose these questions to you now. What decree will you author for your life? Which truth will you speak directly into your reflection? What final word will you allow to carry you into sleep each night? Write your statements. Speak them often. Refine their phrasing and fully make them your own. These are not mere phrases, but spiritual architecture. Each sentence is a structural beam, each repetition another brick. You are constructing your palace of prosperity brick by brick, one word at a time. Now receive your specific commission design and document your personal daily word rituals. Compose your morning decree with intention and clarity. Select your mirror command that centers identity and worth. Establish your nighttime sealing word to end each day. Post them visibly on your mirror, your phone, or your altar, and speak them each day without fail. Speak not as a beggar requesting, but as a creator establishing. Speak not with anxious strain, but with calm authority. In the next section, we will explore the mystery of the spoken word as both medicine and resurrection, showing your voice to be not only creative, but also profoundly healing. For now, commence your ritual in earnest. Speak from the certainty of one who knows my word is power. My ritual is law. My life obeys my decree. There exists a medicine that does not originate in a bottle or prescription. It entails no side effects or expiration date, requires no external approval, and flows directly from your being, rising from the divine inner well and pouring forth through your lips. That medicine is the spoken word itself. Florence Scovel Shinn understood this medicine deeply, declaring, "The body may be renewed and transformed through the spoken word, and this renewal extends beyond the body to the heart, finances, mind, and the whole of life. Your own voice functions as physician, your decree as prescription, and your belief serves as the delivery system." The spoken word is not merely metaphorical, it is an operative mechanism. It heals precisely because it renders truth audible and active. It resurrects because it channels Spirit's breath with focused application. Let us pause reverently and descend into this mystery. Close your eyes and take a gentle, deliberate breath. Long ago, a man perched at the brink of despair, his body failing, relationships frayed, finances collapsing. He had tried worldly remedies, yet the shadows persisted. One day, he encountered a brief passage with lightning force. "Let the weak say, 'I am strong.' Not let the weak beg for strength, nor let the weak recount their pain, but rather say, 'I am strong.'" Though it defied conventional logic, something profound within him stirred awake. That very night, he initiated a new consistent practice. He placed both hands on his heart and whispered, "I am whole. I am strong. I am vital. My body is radiant with life." He repeated it in the morning and again at noon. He chanted, sang, and even wept the words. Initially, nothing appeared to change outwardly, yet the word had been planted like a living seed. And true words once sown do not return empty or void. Within a week, his appetite shifted. Within 2 weeks, the pain subsided. Within a month, his doctor, astonished, advised, "Whatever you're doing, keep doing it." He smiled and answered simply, "I'm speaking resurrection." Beloved, recognize that your body is perpetually listening. Every cell in your body leans forward to receive your decree. Each organ takes its operational cues from the intentions you articulate. If you declare, "I'm falling apart," your subconscious begins implementing that instruction. If you assert, "I'm in decline," your cells adjust their rhythms to match the claim. Conversely, if you say, "I am healed, whole, and restored," the blueprint of divine perfection is reactivated within you. Speak healing consistently until your very bones remember their design. Whisper truth steadily until even your skin reflects a healthy glow. Proclaim resurrection into the inner places that feel buried and sealed. Your voice functions as the force that opens tombs and unstops graves. Do you recall the account of Lazarus? He had been dead for 4 days, wrapped tightly in grave clothes, sealed behind a stone. But when the Christ declared, "Lazarus, come forth," the tomb's resistance collapsed. Because life instinctively recognizes and answers to authoritative voice. Likewise, your body responds, your finances respond, and your future responds. Therefore, begin speaking as one who bears the mantle of resurrection. Allow me to stock a new verbal medicine cabinet for you. When you sense weakness emerging, affirm, "Every cell in my body obeys divine intelligence. I am full of vitality and perfect design." When finances feel constrained, declare, "Wealth flows to me even now. I am the abundance of heaven in form." When your heart feels fractured, speak, "Love fills every room in me. I am cherished, whole, and free." Say these lines in the haze of morning when clarity is still forming. Say them even if your lips tremble in uncertainty. Say them while the tears are still falling down your face. Continue saying them until resurrection tangibly arrives. Because given time and consistency, it truly will. Now sense this with me and speak the following out loud. I speak as healer with intentional restorative force. I speak as prophet articulating lawful outcomes. I speak as priest and queen bearing sacred and sovereign authority. My voice operates as medicine and sound. My word functions as resurrection in motion. What I speak springs into living expression. What I summon by word arrives and presents itself. What I bless proceeds to blossom and flourish. Allow the rhythm to sustain you and let your own voice serve as anchor. There will be days when the mind forgets, the body grows weary, and the noise of the world swells loud. On such days, make your voice consciously louder and more definitive. Speak not from fear, but from remembrance, divine memory of truth. You are not striving to become healed. You are returning to the original truth that you already are. You are not persuading God. You are aligning your speech with spiritual law. And here's the sacred mystery: initial belief at full strength is not required. Speak consistently until belief rises to meet your words. Speak until your cells recognize the home pattern of wholeness. Speak until your life organizes itself around the new frequency you carry. You are doing more than talking. You are tuning your field with precision. Each declaration is a musical note in the grand composition of restoration. Now, I put the question to you directly. Has your own voice ever participated in your healing? If yes, testify now. Declare it below for witness. Comment these exact words: "My voice is healing power." Write your healing phrase and testify, allowing your decree to ripple outward so others can catch the vibration. In the next section, we will enter a holy war sacred confrontation. We will burn the contracts previously signed with fear. We will revoke the agreements once forged in pain and confusion. We will pronounce death upon delay and its influence. Because your voice is not solely creative and healing, it also serves as the sword of spiritual authority. For the present, continue speaking as healer. Let your voice serve as medicine in your own life. Let your word raise up what has seemed dead or dormant. You are the embodiment of walking resurrection in motion. Speak that identity aloud without hesitation. Some contracts exist not on paper, but as energetic inscriptions. These are invisible agreements etched by speech and sealed through repeated utterance. If we are not careful, we unwittingly sign such contracts with each casual phrase, fearful confession, and whispered worry. I'm afraid it won't work out. Nothing ever comes easily to me. I always get stuck at this point. It's probably too late for me. Each of these utterances is more than a line, it functions as a spiritual contract. They become vows with fear, covenants with delay, and legal bindings in the court of the subconscious, empowering what was never divine. But now, beloved, it is time to burn and dissolve these bindings. We now enter the inner temple, carrying purifying fire. Recognize that every fearful word you once spoke became a line in a document your subconscious dutifully filed, and your reality following those instructions fulfilled the terms. Yet you remain the originating author of your script. You are the speaker whose word sets terms. Therefore, what was signed previously can now be revoked and annulled. Florence Scovel Shinn counseled, you must make your affirmations definite and specific, and you must speak to the situation with authority. Accordingly, with that same authority, you will speak death over every prior contract with fear, lack, and delay. Let us now initiate the ritual explicitly. Prepare yourself, light a candle if possible, sit upright, and take a deep, centering breath. Now speak the following with fiery conviction in your voice. Every contract I've ever made with fear, spoken or unspoken, is now broken. I revoke every agreement with lack. I cancel every vow of delay. I speak them void. I declare them dead. Register the impact and then repeat it once more. I revoke, I rescind, I rise. You are formally declaring null and void the energetic paperwork that no longer serves your soul's course. You may list them explicitly, phrases repeated, or ideas once believed that now feel like chains. Write them down and then burn the paper to seal the revocation. As the smoke ascends, pronounce, "This is the last time I speak your name. You are no longer mine. I walk free." Here is an illustrative story to clarify the process. A woman approached a spiritual teacher saying, "I've been trying to manifest abundance for years, but it always feels just out of reach." The teacher inquired, "What do you tell yourself when events go wrong?" She answered, "I always say, 'That's just my luck.'" The teacher nodded and observed, "There you have your contract." For decades, that phrase had served as her signature authorizing misfortune. So together, they tore up that old agreement in principle. Together, they authored a new decree. Everything turns in my favor. Every delay is divine acceleration. She then spoke it daily, fiercely, and without apology. Within months, she received forgotten back pay, a new position opened, and her rhythm changed not through luck, but through law in action. The prior contract was in effect burned away, and so too must yours be revoked and burned. Let us identify them explicitly and pronounce their end. Old contract. I always struggle before things work out. New decree. Things come easily to me. Ease is my rhythm. I am fully supported. Old contract. I don't have what it takes. New decree. I am already equipped. Every resource I need comes now. Old contract. Good things take time. New decree. Good things come swiftly. Time obeys me. Old contract. I'm scared to fail. New decree. I am safe to rise. I am free to succeed. Speak these not as tentative requests, but as binding verdicts. The subconscious courtroom does not heed hesitation. It responds to decisive finality. Speak the following aloud at once. I declare all past contracts with fear void. I tear up every agreement with lack. I no longer submit to delay. My voice is law. I revoke. I rescind. I rise. Allow the rhythm of the words to carry you forward. I revoke. I rescind. I rise. Once more with emphasis. I revoke. I rescind. I rise. These statements are more than poetry. They are power ceremonial language for spiritual emancipation. Now take a conscious breath and feel the shift. Notice what is lifting and loosening from your field. Observe what is departing as the declarations settle. Phrases that once bound you will now feel unfamiliar and out of place. Limits that once appeared permanent now crumble under the weight of your decree. You have done more than break a contract. You have rewritten your operative spiritual identity. You are no longer a person who waits. You are the one who walks in now. You are no longer governed by fear. You are the one who commands outcomes. You are no longer bound by past agreements. You are the one who speaks new law into existence. Therefore, speak it once more for emphasis. Every delay is dead. I walk in now. Let this be your comment below. Speak it so its vibration multiplies. Share your sentence and burn your contract publicly that others might find courage to tear theirs. Comment exactly. Every delay is dead. I walk in now. If you sense a lift in the chest, a pull in the throat, or tingling in the hands, recognize it as the energy of the old departing. It is law creating space for the emergence of your next level. You will speak elevated affirmations, walk the sacred path daily, and live, breathe, and decree as one whose world rearranges itself around spoken law. For now, take a moment to rejoice and acknowledge the shift. You have broken the chains that once restrained you. You have canceled the curse that language maintained. You have risen through decree into a new position. Beloved, we have truly arrived at a pivotal threshold. This is not a moment to look upward toward distant power. This is the moment you recognize that you are the power. You are not merely becoming, you are being. Being is boldness, posture, and presence. Your word has accomplished its work. Now you must embody it in your walk. You do not strive to become the decree, you are the decree already in motion. You do not merely hope to embody abundance, you are abundance moving. Now, every aspect of your life must align accordingly. Rise in the morning with the composure and dignity of royalty. Dress in a manner that reflects divine opulence and inner worth. Let your email signature, your phone manner, and your entrance into rooms all exhibit complete alignment with wealth already accomplished. You dwell no longer in I hope, but in it is done. You do not plead, you pronounce. You do not request favor, you bear it like a crown. Your word has gone ahead to straighten the crooked places. Now all that remains is to walk it out. Let us declare the following, now I walk as law. I am already it. Repeat the line again for emphasis, I walk as law. I am already it. Feel the shift, somatically recognize you are no longer applying for wealth. You are wealth applying itself into the world. You are not waiting for gates to open. You move as the key. Every cell vibrates with fulfilled abundance. Now rise and approach your mirror with intention. Go not merely to see yourself, but to greet yourself with honor. Look deeply into your eyes, the ancient knowing, the divine lineage, the Christ-conscious soul, and say aloud, I greet myself as royalty. I honor the divine I am. I stand in what I've spoken. I live what I've declared. It is done. And so I walk it. When you step away, let posture reflect it, shoulders, elevated chin, lifted spine, aligned energy, refined, no longer bearing the old self, but carrying the light of your word. Allow me to share an illustrative story here. Once there was a woman timid, yet brilliant and gifted, freelancing while barely getting by, charging below her worth, apologizing in emails and entering rooms with a bowed head, hoping someone might finally choose her. Then, one day, after declaring her word and aligning with law, she chose herself decisively. She rewrote her entire website so it read as though a queen had arrived. She wore bold colors even on days when no one else would see them. She adjusted her prices to reflect the energetic signature of mastery. She began blessing her own name in the mirror, naming herself worthy without hesitation. As her posture changed, the rest of her life shifted in correspondence. Clients arrived, doors opened. She did not merely possess abundance, she embodied it. You are that woman in principle and potential. You are that man in essence and calling. You are that soul no longer asking permission to rise, but declaring, I am risen. From this moment, let this define your walk. I do not chase. I declare. I do not shrink. I shine. I do not waver. I walk as law. Even your silence now carries clear authority. Even your stillness transmits a potent signal, because your being is aligned with truth, and truth inevitably demonstrates itself. Therefore, we prepare your outer world to match your inner decree. Regarding your wardrobe, adorn it intentionally. Royalty is alignment, not merely luxury. Wear what feels like your completed future. Even simple garments carry power when chosen with clarity. Regarding your language, guard it as carefully as treasure. Eliminate diminishing phrases such as, "Sorry, just a quick question," or "I hope that's okay." Speak as one who knows their word is binding law. Let your yes sound like a trumpet of decree. Regarding your spaces, allow your home to reflect an atmosphere of wealth and order. Bless your desk, clear your corners, and light candles as an altar, not merely for ambience. Your email signature should carry the solid weight of your name. You are not just getting started, you are divinely positioned. You are not attempting to become the next big thing in aspiration alone. You are the very embodiment the world has been waiting to witness. And now, as you rise, you elevate others by your demonstration. Do you perceive it? Beloved, the old self dissolves, the one who waited, wanted, and hoped for external validation. That identity is gone and finished. In its place stands the decree embodied in visible form, living, walking, breathing, and making decisions from sovereignty. Comment, "I walk as law. I am already it." And add which part of you rises today. Speak it aloud, stand firmly in it, and live from that stance. And keep this in constant remembrance. Your word accomplished this change. Your walk reveals and confirms it. Your external world must correspond to it. Now let us shift focus to the principle of circulation. Where abundance moves freely, money must circulate, and miracles must flow without obstruction. Now we speak specifically about flow itself. For what is wealth if it lacks liveliness? What is divine supply if it does not move like breath, like song, like an unceasing river? Too many people, upon tasting abundance, immediately tighten their grip around it. They hold it with fear-based tension and contraction. They hoard as though it will vanish the moment it circulates. Yet spiritual law does not favor a clenched, withholding fist. Law favors an open hand that allows movement and exchange. The divine flow does not reward fear. It multiplies what is entrusted through active trust. Let the following be engraved upon your spirit permanently. Wealth is defined by circulation rather than static accumulation. Money is not intended to be caged. It should be blessed and guided as it moves. Money serves as a divine messenger on specific assignments. Each dollar within your sphere acts as a soldier in the army of supply. Spending does not mean losing money. It is not departure, but deliberate deployment. You function as a divine commander issuing wise orders. And each time money flows from you, it moves under and with your explicit decree. Speak this immediately and let it settle into your field. My money walks with angels. Every dollar I give is a seed of overflow. I bless what goes out, and I receive what comes in, pressed down, shaken together, and running over. Yes, beloved one, receive this with full acceptance. Sense this truth each time you pay a bill, nothing is lost. You are actively blessing and reinforcing the sacred system that governs your wealth. You are affirming your innate capacity to circulate resources with the poise and ease of divine royalty. Allow me to share a brief teaching story. There was a man, let us name him the hoarder, to reveal his pattern. He received a modest windfall, an overpayment from a client, and an unexpected check that arrived seemingly from nowhere. Yet fear had coiled tightly around his inner life, constricting his trust. He kept replaying memories of lack those days when even food was scarce. Faced with increase, what choice did he make? He hoarded every penny, holding back with rigid caution. He withheld generosity, entirely refusing to release anything. He regarded every expenditure with dread, recoiling from each purchase as if it were a painful penalty. And although his accounts suggested wealth, the atmosphere of his life began to wither and desiccate. Clients slipped away and engagements evaporated. Friends drifted from his orbit and connections thinned. The current of provision dwindled until only a faint trickle remained. Unseen by him, his fear had bolted the gates of his own garden, blocking circulation from both entering and leaving. Now consider the opposite figure, the generous decreer, as a living contrast. She likewise received income she did not anticipate. And how did she respond to the sudden increase? She tithed, gladly releasing the first portion with genuine joy. She paid her bills, accompanied by praise and gratitude. She gave to a friend not from pity, but from prophetic confidence in multiplying supply. Entering a store, she spoke, "Let this be an act of gratitude," and spent with reverence. As she released freely, the heavens mirrored her by opening new channels. The measure of her giving seemed to set the measure of her returning. Why did her harvest expand so visibly? Because she consecrated each gift with spoken blessing and clear assignment. She never just spent, she assigned each dollar a holy mission and destination. She didn't merely release, she honored circulation as a sacred law to be trusted. This is what divine economy looks like in practice: lawful circulation, guided by voice and intention. You must not give under the vibration of fear or scarcity. You give as one issuing a decree, authoritatively, intentionally, and with faith. Your spending is not an act of survival or desperation. You spend as a consecrated priest or priestess of prosperity, officiating at the altar of flow. Let us pronounce these decrees in unison now. Every dollar I touch is divine. Money moves through me with grace and glory. I do not chase money, I command circulation. Declare these phrases directly over your wallet and its contents. Speak them as you press send for any payment or transfer. Say them when you give, most of all when giving stretches you beyond your comfort. For it is precisely in the stretch where miracles are conceived and birthed. You are not becoming empty. Depletion is not your destiny. You are expanding your capacity and channels are widening. You are not draining yourself or your future. You are demonstrating law, embodying principle through action. And yes, you may still feel the old fear surge, the hesitation to give the sting around spending, the dread of due dates resurfacing. But now you counter it with lawfully spoken truth. I bless this bill. It proves my supply. I bless this payment. It opens new doors. I do not part with money, I partner with miracles. Can you feel the release and loosening begin in your field, the quiet washing away of fear and contraction? That sensation marks overflow, unlocking within and around you. That is your spiritual inheritance moving in present time. Now listen closely to this essential correction. Money has never been your source. It has never held that role. Money functions as a mirror reflecting your inner decree and identity. When your spirit speaks, increase with conviction. Money mirrors that signal and responds. Yet money cannot flow freely if you fear its leaving and constrict the outflow. Circulation is the visible proof and rhythm of living faith. Therefore, bless what departs your hand as it goes to work. Give with celebratory movement, let joy accompany your release. Tithe with laughter and lightness, signaling trust. Address your purse and accounts as sacred appointments, because in truth, they are sacred instruments of assignment. And when you give to others, do not diminish it by saying, "It's not much." Avoid saying, "I wish it could be more," which undercuts the blessing in motion. Instead, pronounce these words as you give. This is the seed of infinite return. This is divine supply wrapped in currency. I am a vessel of abundance, and my money multiplies. Allow money to hear your blessing as it exits your hand. Let each dollar carry your decree forward into its next assignment and cycle. Each act of circulation becomes a sentence in the next chapter of your increase. Therefore, we refuse to save from fear or contraction. We store and steward from wisdom, clarity, and timing. We circulate resources joyfully and on purpose. We tithe in trust, honoring the law of return. We give in divine rhythm, keeping step with abundance itself. Because ultimately, this practice is not merely about currency. This is about energetic alignment and movement. This is about practiced faith expressed as action. This centers on the law proclaiming as you give, so it returns to you amplified and multiplied. Now speak these anchoring lines together with me. Money is my servant, not my source. I release with joy. I receive with gratitude. I am the rhythm of divine supply. You are not sent here to hoard or clutch. You are here to hum with the music of circulation. You embody the frequency of God's generosity in motion. You are the audible expression of circulation itself. You are the rhythmic enactment of spiritual law in daily life. And now it is time to speak not only with words, but through the visible flow of your giving and receiving. Next, we enter rhythm proper, how voice and breath operate as instruments of manifestation and alignment. We now arrive at the living pulse that powers your practice. You have pronounced your decrees with intention. You have walked in the posture and pattern of wealth. You have blessed circulation and honored the law of flow. Yet what of the sustaining rhythm that keeps all of this alive? What about the underlying beat that carries divine speech forward? Beloved, your breath is more than oxygen. It is sacred sound riding on life force. Your breath is the holy metronome that keeps the tempo of manifestation steady. Each inhale draws in divine substance and possibility. Each exhale sends forth decree and instruction into form. You are not merely talking, you are chanting in time with the cosmos itself. Your voice serves as an instrument that imposes order on the unseen. Your words determine the tempo and cadence of your lived world. Recall the primal utterance recorded in Genesis, "Let there be light." It was not shouted in panic or strain. It was not pleaded or whined into being. It was simply spoken clear, deliberate, sovereign, calm, rhythmic, and fully sovereign in tone and intent. And light obeyed at once, responding to authority. So too must your world answer with alignment to your lawful decree. Permit this inner rhythm to rise and steady within you. Let us speak together now, keeping a sacred and measured pace. I speak, and it is. Inhale, I breathe, and it flows. Exhale, I decree, and it manifests. Inhale, I rest, and it returns. Exhale. Do you notice the felt difference as the pattern settles? The rhythm remains unrushed, free from haste. It carries no anxious edge or strain. It is untroubled by doubt or double-mindedness. It is whole, complete, and internally coherent. Your speech is designed not for frenzy, but for faithful steadiness and trust. It does not push or scramble in striving. It calmly establishes and sets things in rightful order. Let this become your daily embodied practice. Walk while chanting, letting motion and voice sync as one. Allow your feet to drum your decree into the earth with each step. Let your breath carry abundance's cadence as you move through space. While walking, speak aloud with steady pacing. I walk in overflow. I walk in ease. I walk in answered prayer. Repeat the sequence once more to deepen the groove. I walk in overflow. I walk in ease. I walk in answered prayer. This is not empty repetition. It is precise calibration. This is ritual purposeful and consecrated. This is resonant sound aligning substance and space. This is how you saturate your atmosphere in sustained truth vibration. Even your subconscious begins to hum that melody in the background. Even your environment subtly rearranges to mirror that cadence. You are not staging a performance or pretending. You are proclaiming law and establishing reality. You are not attempting to talk yourself into belief. You are reminding your cells directly that this is the operative law. Now let us descend to a deeper layer of practice and embodiment. Speak the following lines in measured rhythm synced to your breathing. Abundance in my bones. Inhale peace in every step. Exhale gold upon my words. Inhale grace in all I get. Exhale. This becomes your personal chant, a portable liturgy you can carry anywhere. This is your song of alignment, the melody of your daily becoming. This cadence is your divine pulse, the heartbeat of your manifestation. The ancients raised songs while building temples, fusing structure with sound. Florence rendered her decrees like song upon paper, turning language into music of law. Jesus taught in rhythmic sayings, simple, lucid, and easily repeated for memory and power. Why was rhythm chosen as the carrier of truth? Because rhythm slips past resistance and quiets inner argument. It moves beyond fear's grip and continues unhindered. It effectively sings your provision from unseen potential into visible reality. I invite you to compose your own rhythm now uniquely yours. Which words naturally rise within your spirit when you listen? Which phrase sets your soul beating like a drum of certainty? Write it down so it becomes anchored and tangible. Walk while repeating it until it imprints your stride. Sing it out loud so the body learns the tone. Turn your days into a symphony of decree, layered and continuous. For when voice synchronizes with breath, breath harmonizes with belief, and belief aligns with divine law, you become functionally unstoppable. You cease reacting to circumstances and begin directing them. You become a composer of reality, scoring outcomes with intention. You do not sit waiting for signs to appear. You yourself become the signal that summons results. And when opposition inevitably attempts to rise against you, when doubt taps at the door of your mind, when a bill arrives or a delay tempts you toward collapse and panic, you will not collapse. You will remain upright and steady, because your practiced rhythm will carry you forward like a tide. You will simply return to breath the metronome of your order, and you will speak these stabilizing decrees. This too shall bless me. This is not a wall, it is a window. I remain in rhythm. I remain in law. I remain in flow. This steady cadence is your power in the season. You are no longer chasing abundance or scrambling after it. You are beating the very drum to which abundance arrives and dances. Your breath is consecrated wholly in function and effect. Your voice speaks law, issuing binding edicts to your world. Your rhythm declares that heaven has arrived on earth, expressed through your being. Let us voice one final communal decree in unison. My voice is a river. My word is the current. My breath is the tide. And my supply never ends. Allow this rhythm to reside within you, steady and enduring. Let your days be sung with ease rather than strained with effort. Compose your life in a living cadence, measured and sure. Now, beloved, consider what to do when something attempts to interrupt your rhythm. What is your response when lack knocks at the door once more? Let us rise into that instruction in the next movement. Now, beloved, we step entirely into your realm of command and governance. You have walked as law, moving as a living decree. You have spoken and sustained your governing rhythm. You have answered every whisper of lack with light and law. And now, a larger question presents itself clearly. Will you rise as spiritual authority across every domain of your life without exception? Not only in finances or supply, not solely during quiet meditation or private devotion, also within your relationships and emotional bonds, within your business dealings and professional sphere, within your physical body and well-being, across your entire field of influence, seen and unseen. You are no longer merely a seeker or student. You have become a speaker who declares divine supply in all matters. Allow me to state this without ambiguity. Your speech is not only spiritual, it is governmental in scope and effect. It presides over your home, your clients, your bloodstream, your contracts, and your conversations. Your word is not a suggestion or casual wish. It is a divine edict, binding and performative. This is the moment we unveil your authority, anointing your consecration to govern. It means you walk as the high priest or priestess, presiding over your own life temple. You do not only pray for your marriage, you also bless your spouse aloud with intention. You do not merely visualize business success. You decree over invoices, emails, contracts, and calls. You do not just hope for healing. You speak vibrant life directly into your cells. Let us begin by addressing relationships specifically. Are you currently partnered, married, or longing to be? Begin blessing your union out loud so it reshapes the atmosphere. Do this even if it feels unfamiliar or awkward at first. Practice it even if the other person is distant, hurting, or presently unavailable. Your words need not be limited by the other's current behavior or mood. Your words establish the new atmosphere into which behavior can heal and align. Speak the following decrees now clearly and calmly. I bless my partner with divine clarity. I speak peace into our home. I call forth joy, harmony, and mutual overflow. Allow me to share about a woman who, after many years, found herself inside a marriage marked by prolonged struggle and strain. Their mornings were governed by tension, unease, setting the tone from the moment they awoke. Their nights were dominated by silence, words withheld, connection muted and dim. She attempted repair through reasoned discussions, self-help books, and multiple rounds of therapy. Then one day, she ceased the effort to fix and instead chose to begin speaking creative decree. Each morning after he departed, she stood by their bed and made a firm declaration. This is a marriage filled with laughter. We speak with kindness. We love with ease. We rise together. Initially, nothing seemed to change. The external remained stubbornly the same, yet she persisted, continuing to declare without retreat. After several months, his tone grew noticeably gentler and more open. Unexpected gestures of affection reappeared, tender and unforced. They resumed shared meals, rekindled prayer together, and gradually began to flourish anew. This happened because she spoke the desired future into tangible form through consistent decree. Now let us turn our attention directly to business. You are not merely running a business. You are presiding over a realm of influence and value. Your offers, emails, calls, team dynamics, and overarching vision. All of these facets respond directly to a voice that speaks with authority and clarity. Speak these decrees now with firm conviction. I bless this business with divine supply. Clients are magnetized by truth. Every invoice is paid in full with ease and joy. My work is sacred. My worth is unquestioned. There once was an entrepreneur on the verge of quitting entirely. Her launches faltered repeatedly, and her audience continued to contract. Then she recalled the governing law of spoken decree. Sitting before her laptop, she began to declare with intention, "This business is not mine alone. It is God's. Every offer is an altar. Every sale is a soul agreement. I speak divine multiplication." She increased her prices, refined her brand voice, and made daily decrees without fail. Within a span of 3 months, her income doubled measurably. She stopped behaving as a servant to the business's chaos. Instead, she spoke law over it, and the enterprise began to obey her direction. Now let us focus on your bodily well-being. Your body is not arbitrary or haphazard in design. It is a divine servant designed to follow lawful instruction. And crucially, it hears and responds to the sound of your voice. You must refrain from compulsively repeating diagnoses and labels. Stop rehearsing and naming the pain as your identity. Begin speaking the original pattern of perfection that undergirds your body. Declare the following statements now with certainty. I bless my body with vitality. Every organ hears divine instruction. My cells renew by law, not by chance. Consider a healer, a woman who had once been bedridden by chronic illness. Physicians supplied diagnostic labels, but few lasting solutions. She started whispering directly to her blood, addressing it with reverence. She sang softly over her skin, as if tuning an instrument. Placing her hands upon her heart, she declared, "You are strong. You are whole. You are now." Gradually, her strength returned, step by steady step. Today, she walks 5 miles daily and actively teaches others how to follow this path. Not because all pain instantly disappeared, but because her voice grew stronger than the symptom story. This is the essence of your spiritual authority in practice. You do not beg or petition helplessly for divine repair. You speak as a divine vessel through which form is created and aligned. You bestow blessing upon your day prior to its beginning. You speak increase and clarity over your clients before they appear. You declare peace over your family before any tension has a chance to surface. You decree health, wealth, wisdom, and holy order as your baseline. Because your word does not merely describe circumstances, it actively fashions them. Now I invite you to select a specific domain of your life. Is the domain your love life, an intimate connection? Is it your career path and professional influence, your family system and household atmosphere, or your physical health and energy? Pause for a moment, choose the domain clearly, and set your intention. And now speak these decrees aloud with resolve. I bless this domain with divine supply. I speak abundance over my I. Fill in the blank with the chosen domain for specificity. Once more, repeat for reinforcement. I speak abundance over my. Sense the energy of conviction rising as you speak. You are no longer merely hoping for change without direction. You are actively governing reality with your decree. You are wearing your spiritual authority like a mantle. The heavens align and agree with your lawful pronouncements. Angelic witnesses record your decree as binding instruction. Your world commences shifting precisely because you have spoken it into motion. Allow this process to become a steadfast morning ritual. Let it also be your midnight meditation and recalibration. Let it be both your quiet prayer and your bold proclamation. I bless my domain. I govern my field. I speak as law, and so it is. Beloved, recognize that your dominion is widening and extending. Now you will learn to extend this authority toward others, not to control them, but to bless and uplift them, to activate dormant potential and courage within them, to speak healing into their bodies and hearts, to raise their perspective and restore their hope. Let us rise together into the next realm of practice and service, the discipline and devotion of speaking blessing over others. Now, beloved, you understand how to speak over your own world and affairs. But understand this law was never designed for you alone. It is meant to move through you, beyond you, into your environment. Because you are not merely a receiver of divine provision, you are also an appointed distributor and channel of that supply. And where does such distribution begin in practice? It begins with your voice, the instrument of decree. It begins with your blessings spoken aloud with certainty. You have been entrusted with real power to activate the destiny of others, to speak words that catalyze their rising in return, to decree truths they may have forgotten about themselves, to lift what seems fallen or weighed down by shame, to summon forth what appears buried under regret or fear. Let me state this with unmistakable clarity. Your blessing functions like a ladder for someone else to climb out of the pit. When you decree increase over another, you act as a bridge by which their miracle can cross. Not with shallow flattery or empty praise, not with comforting words devoid of law and substance, rather with speech saturated in truth and rooted firmly in spiritual law. Consider the following illustrative story. There was a man who had been brilliant, sharp, and undeniably magnetic. However, circumstances wore him down and broke his confidence. A business collapsed and left him disoriented. A painful divorce compounded the loss. He retreated from public life and withdrew into himself. He slept on a couch in his sister's apartment, stuck and despondent. He spoke from shadows, repeating, "It's too late. I ruined it. I'm not worth much anymore." His sister, though grieving deeply for him, mostly remained quiet. Then one day she encountered this very truth and teaching. She learned the law of decree and how spoken word shapes reality. She decided to stop waiting passively for change. She entered the room and declared aloud with authority, "You are not broken. You are a builder. You are not finished. You are reformed. You are not invisible. You are invaluable." He stared at her, stunned by the sound of a new narrative. She did not argue with his pain or dismiss it. She simply spoke above the pain, issuing law that transcended it. For the next 30 days, she consistently spoke new words over his life. Sometimes she spoke while he slept, quietly blessing. Other times, she spoke directly to his face with steady conviction. At times, she spoke in the next room where only spirit could hear her. Yet the words moved, carrying power into his field. He began to rise increment by increment. He started showering regularly, taking walks, and applying for work. Within 2 months, he had launched a fresh business venture. Within 4 months, he was mentoring others who stood where he had once stood. Why did such transformation unfold so strongly? Because a single voice dared to declare this: I believe for you until you can believe for yourself. Beloved, in this very moment, you are precisely that activating voice for someone in your sphere. It could be a child entrusted to your care or influence. It may be a friend whose hope has dimmed and needs rekindling. It might be a partner whose confidence requires a steady word. It could even be a stranger whose path crosses yours at the perfect time. Perhaps it's someone on your social feed who has lost the sound of their own power and needs a reminder. Your decree, spoken with law and love, can reawaken that dormant strength. Speak the following now with clear intention. I speak clarity over the confused. I speak healing over the hurting. I speak abundance over the weary. I speak favor over the forgotten. And now, bring to mind a specific name, a person ready to be lifted. There is someone you know who is prepared, spiritually ready to rise. They may not look ready outwardly, but inwardly by spirit, they are poised. Say their name aloud to set the focus, and then declare these words directly, calling them forward. Name, I speak overflow into your life. Name, I bless your hands, your heart, your harvest. Name, rise. Your time is now. Understand you are not intruding or meddling in what is not yours. You are not imposing control or forcing outcomes. You are activating possibility. You are turning the switch of remembrance. You are the trumpet at the city gate sounding the call to awaken. You are the soft, divine whisper in the ear of someone asleep beside their destiny. And you must never, under any pressure, speak against another's lack again. Do not declare they're lazy as if such fate were sealed. Do not pronounce they'll never change, cementing stagnation with your words. Do not say they're beyond help, for such a claim blocks the miracle. Remember, every word you utter functions as a living prophecy. And when in frustration you curse another, you reinforce what you were called to dismantle. Speak by faith, even when their behavior does not seem to merit such blessing. Because your word is not reactive commentary. It is creative law that shapes reality. Speak the following decrees aloud right now. I will not curse what I'm called to heal. I speak increase no matter what I see. I am a mouthpiece of miracles. Yes, this is your present office and appointment. You are a blessing in continual motion and expression. You are a voice that lifts people into rising and return. You walk as a moving activation point for the kingdom's purposes. And you need not be loud or theatrical for it to be effective. You can whisper a blessing softly as you pass someone in a store. I bless your provision. You can say it quietly upon seeing a troubling headline. I speak order where there is chaos. You can decree over your children as they sleep, sowing words like seeds. You are safe. You are wise. You are loved. You are powerful. Because your words travel beyond walls and sink into atmospheres. Your blessings linger like fragrance after you have gone. Your speech forms a spiritual climate, weather patterns of grace. Thus, everywhere your feet step becomes fertile ground seeded by what your mouth has sown. Now I pose these questions directly to your spirit, who will receive your blessing today by name and intention. Which name rises spontaneously within your spirit right now? Which soul needs the steady warmth of your decree? Write their name down. Make it visible and intentional. Write it now. Anchor it with action. declare their rising as a settled matter in law. Even one single name is enough to set a miracle in motion. Let that decree be your offering for today. As you speak over them, something quietly sacred begins to unfold. Not only do they lift and rise, you yourself rise as well in tandem with your blessing, because voicing another's victory aligns your own field more deeply with triumph. You have become a living temple, not just for personal truth, but also for transmission of power and blessing. This transmission is part of your spiritual inheritance. And now we approach the final crescendo, the sealing movement, where the mouth is no longer regarded as ordinary or casual, but as a sacred temple, a sovereign throne, and a treasury of divine law. Beloved, we now stand at the gate of completion, holy closure, not an ending in loss, rather the sealing of all you have established, the anointing of your voice and practice, the invitation into full embodiment and demonstration. Now, we turn our attention to the center of this entire journey, your mouth, the living instrument of creation. This is not merely the place where sound happens to emerge, nor is it only the threshold where breath passes through. Your mouth functions as the temple of truth itself. It is the throne upon which decree sits and from which it is issued. It is the treasury that stores and releases divine supply. Let the circle now complete and seal itself in awareness. From the beginning, God said, and creation responded. In every true miracle, someone spoke and aligned with law. In Florence's writings, every reversal of fate began with a spoken word. Likewise, in your life, your ascent began the moment you dared to speak differently. You may not have recognized it immediately. Perhaps you doubted your words carried real weight or efficacy. But now, without question, you know, your mouth governs and sets the terms of your reality. Not merely your work ethic, though diligence matters. Not chiefly your list of qualifications or credits. Not your background or former story. Your word is the engine that makes the reality so. You do not simply wish and wait for change. You speak change into being and then walk it out. You do not request permission from circumstances. You seat yourself on the throne by the sound of divine decree. Therefore, from this moment, treat your mouth as consecrated ground. Let it function as an altar from which blessings rise, a throne from which binding law is pronounced in love, a vault where treasure is kept and released on command. Let each word you speak be clean and intentional. Let every phrase be precise and uncluttered. Let every syllable carry heaven's vibration and frequency, because you no longer just say things casually or idly. You shape worlds whenever you speak. You are done with gossip and its smallness. You now govern through language and law. You no longer rehearse complaint and powerlessness. You create outcomes with clarity and grace. You no longer speak from open wounds and reactivity. You speak from wisdom alignment and healed identity. Say the following with deep reverence and full presence. My word is law. My mouth is holy. My speech is the seed and the supply. There was a man who found himself bewildered and worn down, exhausted by repeating cycles of struggle that seemed to loop without end. He swapped careers, shifted his circle of friends, and even relocated to a new city, chasing a different result. Yet, despite all the external rearrangements, nothing fundamental shifted inside his inner world. Everything remained the same until a single sentence reached him with force. Your life follows your lips. From that moment, he started paying vigilant attention to the words leaving his mouth. He would interrupt himself mid-sentence, revising his language in real time to remove old agreements. He ceased to speak the phrase, "I'm broke," and replaced it with the lawful decree, "I'm building wealth." He stopped declaring, "It's hard," and began affirming with finality, "It is happening." Gradually, his outer circumstances started to align and obey the quiet yet steady transformation occurring within him. Because the word you speak is not ornamental flourish or mere sentiment. It is directional force, navigational command that sets course and speed. Your speech establishes the coordinates, waypoints, and destination of your future. Your word provides the divine order with specific material and instruction to enact on your behalf. And now, beloved, you have progressed beyond speaking merely to provoke change. You are speaking as the living embodiment of the change itself, change wearing your voice. Therefore, guard your mouth with the same diligence and sacred care with which you guard your thoughts. Treat your mouth like a sanctified sanctuary, secure, pure, and intentionally tended. Permit only truth to reside and take up residence within the space. Allow only blessing to pass the threshold of your lips and move into the world. Even when joking, choose speech that remains wise, aligned, and edifying. Even when anger stirs, ensure your words remain aligned with law and purpose. Even when fear presses in, speak faith-filled law instead of echoing panic. Because your mouth has become an instrument through which multiplication and increase are conducted. When you speak with authority, wealth begins to gather, organize, and converge toward you. When again you speak with clarity, the energies of health and restoration rally and return to their rightful pattern. When you continue to speak in law, estranged relationships find pathways toward reconciliation and renewed order. Repeat the core decree once more to seal it in consciousness. My word is law. I speak, and it is. Now gently close your eyes for a moment and allow your awareness to settle inward. Envision yourself situated at the very center of your life's landscape, the hub from which everything radiates. See yourself seated not as a petitioner begging for blessing, but as a sovereign king or queen enthroned in the seat of decree. Perceive how everything surrounding you responds attentively to the register of your voice. At the sound of your declaration, clouds separate and pathways open. Doors swing wide by command, obeying your authoritative instruction. Wherever your speech has landed, the land blossoms and becomes fruitful. Every syllable you release functions as a seed of supply, a flowing river of results, and a key that unlocks kingdom doors. You are not adrift or lost. You are oriented and seen. You are precisely located, recognized by heaven, and anchored in place. You are no longer waiting in inertia or delay. You are actively walking forward, moving with conviction and pace. And your mouth drafts the map, charting routes, marking coordinates, and setting destinations. Let us draw to a close by returning to the original source of our journey. We return to the voice as the instrument and origin. We return to the word as the mechanism and means. We return to the unfailing law that undergirds all creation. Speak the following slowly, with your full strength, drawing sound from the core of your being. I am the voice that shapes the world. My word is the currency of creation. My decree is divine instruction. My speech is my throne. I sit in it with honor. You are no longer simply a student of these truths, absorbing concepts. You have become the embodiment, the living demonstration of these truths. You are more than aligned with supply and theory. You now function as divine supply in active motion, moving through space and time. And everything that comes into contact with your voice will prosper and expand. You speak the decree, and it becomes so as established in law. You bless a matter, and it blooms forth in visible fruitfulness. You release what is yours to send, and it multiplies in the field, returning increased. Now go forth from here, not seeking proof from the outside to validate your authority, but moving as the proof itself, the evidence embodied, not waiting passively for signs to appear, but living as the sign that signals alignment and arrival, not hoping someday to be worthy enough, but walking now in complete authority and consecrated worthiness. And if this teaching has awakened a sleeping part within you, if this has crowned you afresh with recognition and poise, then share it, carry it outward to others. Let your voice serve to awaken others to their own authority. Let your decree ripple outward, becoming waves of rising across the world. Add your witness below as a visible seal. My word is law. I speak, and it is. You are royalty, noble in identity and assignment. You are rhythm, steady, measured, and creative. You are the risen, standing in resurrection identity. And it is completed and sealed in this moment. Amen.